In 1980, volcano watch was set at an all-time high after Mount St. Helens eruption, which took the lives of many bystanders caught in the path of the violent explosion. Which such a disaster fresh in the minds of American people, the USGS began searching for other volcanoes in the continental United States that might also present a danger. We also have Yellowstone ready to burst. Now, the ways the caldera in Long Valley caldera is monitored, being constantly monitored by USGS, remote sensors, seismicity, ground deformation, low-lying atmospheric gases, hydrology, that is the lakes, wells, fumarole springs, and participation of caldera are continually monitored to record the order to be read by USGS. The data is then compared to other non-volcanic patterns that the USGS might be able to make a safe and timely prediction on the possibility of another eruption. I'll leave links below for you for this, so heads up, they've given us a warning. This is active, and the negative earthquakes mean that the lava is making its way up through the volcano, up to the caldera. That's not good. I'll leave links below for you for this.
Earth's surface is melting away the asphalt. Park officials have closed the 3-mile-long roadway known as Firehole Lake Drive and have asked visitors to park on the sides of the road. Park officials warned that stepping on the seemingly solid asphalt could create an illusion, and you could quickly find yourself stepping into hot water. Literally. Park officials say it's basically turning the gravel into oatmeal. This roadway is the main access to such geysers as Old Faithful, the Great Fountain, White Dome, and of course, Firehole Lake. Maintenance teams will now remove the melted asphalt from the roadway and apply sand and lime to absorb the rest. And they hope to have that road open again by next week.
Joining us now is Derek Pitts. He's the Chief Astronomer and Planetarium Programs Director at the Franklin Institute Science Museum in Philadelphia. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning.
So you're here to scare us.
Absolutely.
It's 2.5 times the size of what we thought.
Yes.
How significant is that?
Well, it's really significant because the magma chamber below Yellowstone, it measures about 55 miles wide, 20 miles in length, and it's 60 miles below the surface. This chamber is absolutely packed full of magma, and an eruption from this could really cause widespread destruction all across that region.
As if that was not scary enough, some of the experts now are saying they have no idea when this eruption could take place.
Yeah, there are plenty of earthquakes that happen out there, as you said a little bit earlier, but those earthquakes are indicative of the activity that's going on below ground. Some of it may be caused by water intrusion and other things like that, but the fact of the matter is that there were 3 eruptions of this region before. There's definitely going to be another one in the future. Scientists just can't tell when.
When you say future, though, the reality is this could be real, like 40,000 years future. Is that right?
Yeah, it really could be. We have no idea, though, but there will always be adjusting earthquakes in that region, so that region will remain seismically active. It will also be volcanically active. There will be small volcanic eruptions in that region. It's just the big one that people really have to be concerned about. And if we can get the science a little bit more refined, we'll have a better idea of when we might have some ballpark idea of when to expect something might happen.
Okay, so now you're starting to comfort me a little bit, because I was going to ask you here, I was going to say, are we going to get any warning, like maybe a century or so, that this thing's coming?
The really cool thing about how science is working in seismology and volcanology these days is that scientists can really model the area well, because there are seismic detectors, 40 of them, all around the region, measuring in different ways, and essentially taking an X-ray, if you will, of the ground below, so that they can figure out what's going on better and have a better...
Päivä. Joo, eikö tuossa on ruutillahan on se sitikka, se C3, ja siinä on vasemmalle kuskin puolelle, niin kun se paukkuu ihan helvetisti, niin oli vaan ajatuksena, jos mä näyttää sitä sulle. Niin kun sä oot jossain menossa, saatana. Ai sä lähdet menee tänään vai? Joo. No okei, joo. Ei muuta kuin hyvää lomaa sulle. Joo. 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 Mitäs ne siellä sit turhaa, jos hommat on tehty? Niin. Joo. Joo. Okei, joo. No se meni kyllä hätäisen, joo. 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 Musta on jo kattoteline paikallaan. Joo. 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 Joo, se on hyvä kun nyt sataa vähän välillä. Olikin, joo. Ei siinä mitään, hyvää mökkireissua sulle ja... Tuleeko Sari mukaan? Menette sitten kaikki sinne vai? Niin joo. Joo. Tuliko lapset mukaan? Joo. Okei. Teillä on sitten koko perhe kasas siellä. Tuleeko Sari tyttäriä mukaan kyllä? Joo. 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 Ei siinä mitään, hyvää lomaa ja soitellaan sitten, eikö niin? Näin on, hyvä, moi.
To say when something could possibly become.
How were the earlier estimates so undervalued? I mean, how come scientists didn't realize how big that well was?
Well, it's very difficult to have any idea what's going on underground. I mean, we're looking at something that is 6 to 9 miles below the surface of the Earth. It's enormous. We never thought that the magma chamber could be that big. And so we didn't know what the parameters were around which we had to measure. But now that there are so many more sensors coming to the site to be used, you know, the advances in technology and model making and things like that help scientists to get a better picture so we have a better idea, more accurate than in the past. 130,000 years ago was measured to be about 2,000 times greater than the Mount St. Helens eruption. 2,000 times bigger. That's enormous. It's enough to, the last eruption spread 10 feet of ash in regions 1,000 miles away. So that's a pretty big eruption.
I mean, Yellowstone National Park is also located in a really seismically active region, isn't it?
Well, you have to think that the whole region essentially is the basin of an ancient volcano under which is this enormous sort of chamber of magma that's causing the region to heat.
Deadly. A level of destruction that was, over hundreds of miles of the coastline.
We'll travel the globe investigating some of the world's most devastating tsunamis. Each bigger than the last. Each packing more punch. Each taking us one step closer to a mega tsunami. A wave that will not just rewrite the record books, it will erase them. No coastline on the planet is truly safe from tsunamis. They're caused by massive displacements of water, triggered by the Earth's most powerful forces: earthquakes, landslides, and volcanic eruptions.
As long as we have earthquakes on Earth and landslides, the various phenomena that create tsunamis, we're going to have tsunami waves. It's just a matter of time when the next one strikes.
Tsunamis are dramatically different from the typical wave that constantly sweep across the planet. They can travel faster than 800 kilometers per hour. They can stretch for thousands of square kilometers across the ocean's surface.
It's a good 15-20 feet tall. Easy.
They strike with huge mass and terrifying velocity. The most common method of gauging their height is run-up, the wave's highest point of impact on land. Each tsunami profiled here has a higher run-up than the last. Over 100 major tsunamis have struck in the past 100 years, killing hundreds of thousands and destroying billions of dollars of property. But they are not the biggest tsunamis to strike the planet. Scientists have found startling evidence that even larger waves have occurred in the past, mega tsunamis.
These things have been described as culture-ending events.
Experts believe that a mega tsunami lies in our future. To understand its power, scale, and potential, we'll first investigate 5 of the most destructive tsunamis of the past 60 years. Each has its own character, each has its own story, each brings us closer to a mega disaster. Hawaii is a tropical paradise that attracts millions of tourists. But this Pacific island holds a dark secret. It's blasted by more tsunamis than almost anywhere else on the planet.
The Hawaiian Islands, sitting as they do in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, are affected by tsunamis from all regions of the Pacific.
The Ring of Fire is a volatile fracture zone surrounding the Pacific Ocean plate. 90% of the world's earthquakes occur here. Earthquakes are the most common cause of tsunamis, which is why Hawaii gets hit often and from all directions.
Destructive tsunami struck here in 1837, 1868, 1877, 1923, 1946, 52, 57, 60, and 64.
This makes it the unofficial tsunami capital of the Pacific. 2:28 a.m., April 1st, 1946. A magnitude 8.1 earthquake rips through the Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. A huge stretch of the ocean floor is uplifted, displacing the entire column of water above it. A massive pulse of energy propels a wall of water, a tsunami, towards Hawaii at nearly 800 kilometers per hour. .800 kilometers away, in the small seaside village of Laupahoehoe, children and teachers gather to prepare for the day's classes. Marsu McShane is one of the teachers.
We were in our cottages, and the Akionas who lived in that house that's no longer there knocked on our door and said, "Come see the tidal wave."
At first glance, it's deceptively innocent.
We looked over, and the wave, ocean sucked out, and then it came in a little bit more, like emptying a bathtub, and sucked out again. And we said, "This is a tidal wave? I don't think much of that."
What Marsu doesn't know is that tsunamis are not single waves. They move forward in what's known as a tsunami train, a group of waves of many different sizes. First waves are seldom the largest, so what appears to be insignificant is actually the precursor to something much, much bigger.
And then did it again. And this time, it went in further and sucked out more. And we thought, a twin tidal wave. How interesting and odd.
As the water recedes, an extraordinary 152 meters, Marsu and her roommates pose for a photograph. Marsu stands captivated while a third wave approaches.
Famous last words, I said, I hope this will be a big one. And it kept coming. And that was the first time we ever thought to be afraid.
As the tsunami approaches shore, it behaves like a giant train wreck. The front of the wave slows while the back continues to push. The wave's energy is compressed, forcing it to stand and lift out of the sea.
This got bigger, and so we dropped the camera, ran inside. I can remember the water just crashed in the windows. The roof fell down.
The wave tosses Marsu like a rag doll, at first in towards the school, but then suddenly out towards the sea.
I was going to die.
Marsu spends the next 9 hours clinging to debris before finally being rescued. She is the only lucky one. All of her roommates perish. At the school, 16 children and 5 teachers are lost. But the tsunami is not finished with Hawaii. 37 kilometers south of Laupahoehoe, the sleepy trading town of Hilo Bay is also caught unawares. Here, the tsunami destroys nearly 500 homes and businesses, kills 96, and injures hundreds.
Descriptions of the 1946 tsunami were that it came across the breakwater with the greatest of ease, just overcame it, and then washed across town. Other people describe seeing boulders blasted out as the water surged across.
Walter Dudley is an oceanographer from the University of Hawaii in Hilo Bay. For more than 20 years, he's studied tsunamis. One of his most significant findings is that their destructive power is caused not just by the wave itself, but also by what's underneath them.
Well, one of the things that makes them such an interesting phenomenon to study is that they are all different. And as they travel across the oceans, they're affected by the ocean floor along their tracks. So the waves are constantly being bent or refracted. And then as they come ashore, they are further altered.
No two pieces of coastline are the same. Each has its own unique undersea topography that affects the waves differently. In Hilo, it is the natural rounded shape of the bay.
You can think of a bathtub. And as little children get in a bathtub, they can slosh the water back and forth, and they quickly find out that there's a speed at which the water will really move.
The first 2 waves to hit the bathtub-shaped Hilo Bay caused the water to slosh back and forth. When a third wave arrived, it combined with the sloshing water to produce a larger and more destructive wave.
It pretty much wiped out everything that was on the ocean side of town. In the main parts of downtown, it picked up the railway and it twisted the railway rails into pretzels.
The third wave reached a run-up height of 9 meters. It destroyed most of the foreshore of Hilo Bay. But less than 15 years after the 46 disaster, Hawaii would again be hit by a deadly tsunami. A wave bigger than the last that would defy logic and bring Hilo to its knees once more. On May 22, 1960, the largest earthquake in recorded history ruptures the Earth's crust off the coast of Chile. 1,000 kilometers of the ocean floor is violently thrust up 20 meters, spawning a monster tsunami. It's so huge and powerful that it crosses the entire Pacific Ocean, slamming into Hawaii on the way. This time, Technology installed since the 1946 quake warns residents of Hilo Bay 5 hours in advance. But the warning falls on deaf ears.
In the preceding 12 years, about 3 out of 4 alarms have turned out to be small tsunamis. So instead of inspiring fear, let's get away from this potential disaster, I think it inspired curiosity, because it is a fascinating phenomenon. Let's go down and watch.
Although the civil defense were saying people evacuate, there were a lot of us, me included, that out of curiosity went down to look, to see what was going to happen.
Local real estate agent Al Inouye and many others assume that because this wave is coming from the southeast and Hilo faces the north, the bay will be spared. They are wrong. Just after midnight, the first wave strikes.
You could hear people yelling and screaming behind me that were being caught in a wave. That was an experience because, and it still stays in my mind, all the screaming and yelling, and I couldn't do anything about it. It sounded like several trains, rushing down a track. I mean, it was really a roar. And, you can hear the crashing of houses against each other. It's hard to describe. It was just a sound that you don't want to hear again. I mean, it was horrible.
Dawn breaks on a nightmare. 61 people are dead and more than 700 buildings destroyed or severely damaged. The 1960 tsunami took locals and experts by surprise. After thorough study, scientists discovered a remarkable aspect of the tsunami. As the wave reached the shallow water off the southeast coast of the island, the middle of the wave slowed, while the outside of the wave kept moving, causing the wave to wrap around the island. Then, just as in 1946, the natural shape of the bay added to the tsunami's destructive power. This time, the largest wave had a run-up height of 10.5 meters, 1.5 meters higher than in 1946. But Hawaii wasn't the only location struck by the monster tsunami. It roared thousands of kilometers across the Pacific, striking virtually every coast, including Japan, where 122 people died.
Tsunamis have an incredible amount of energy, and as they travel across the ocean, they use up very, very little of that. It's when they come ashore that all that energy is unleashed.
The 1946 and 1960 tsunamis gave scientists new insights into the complex behavior and ocean crossing power of these giant waves. But when a local tsunami hits Japan, it strikes with larger and more powerful waves than the 46 and 60 Hawaiian tsunamis combined. And there's no time to evacuate. And later, a tsunami that combines sudden impact with awesome size, a mega disaster. The 1946 and 1960 Hawaiian tsunamis had run-up heights of 9 and 10.5 meters. Shaped and intensified by the ocean floor and coastline, they smashed the island communities with unexpected force. But there's another tsunami hotspot, where a larger and more deadly wave struck, without warning. Second only to Hawaii, Japan is the most tsunami-prone location in the Pacific. The Japanese have been hit so many times by these giant waves that they created the word tsunami, meaning harbor wave, to describe these terrifying events. These waves can come from as far away as Chile or as close as 80 kilometers offshore. The locally generated tsunamis pose the greatest danger. They strike within minutes of being formed and with awesome power. 10:17 p.m., July 12, 1993. A magnitude 7.8 earthquake rips the ocean floor off the coast.
In Wyoming. The European Science Foundation has released a 70-page report called Extreme Geohazards, Reducing the Disaster Risk and Increasing Resilience. It references the Yellowstone supervolcano. Now, Yellowstone's volcano doesn't look like some others because it's a caldera, or a crater. It's around ground level instead of towering into the clouds. But scientists say it covers a really enormous reserve of magma beneath the Earth's surface. We have a rendering of what scientists say is underneath that volcano, an ocean of molten rock, they tell us, that stretches for hundreds of miles. Of course, nobody needs to freak out right now at all. Scientists say there's only about a 10% chance of an eruption like this happening.
Thoughts, it seems. However, so keen to get back chatting with you. So, here I am, trying for the second time since my return to connect. I feel I have shed my skin and ready for the new me to emerge. Yet, at this juncture I just seem to feel rather vulnerable and insecure. Is this normal for this time in the game? Welcome to you, our dearest friend and ally. This is indeed a summoning of the higher self to coexist with the part of self that has been treading the earthly soil, and is now very much in tune to receive the energies of such into the physicality. This is a process, which in turn will carry with it responsibilities, by which we mean that once the higher self, or would we say, part of it therein, settles within the body's housing, the self will experience the feeling of the need to bring about change on a much deeper, profound level, not just for self, yet for the desire to awaken others who appear to be so very much in the land of Nod, as you would say. This vulnerability is coupled with patience, knowing that the days ahead are to enhance the energies of your planet, by adjusting the protons that are disguised as one thing, yet are actually another. Not really knowing, without Googling, what protons are exactly, and not having a clue what they could possibly be disguised as, and why. I would like to challenge that last sentence, if I may. Look up protons, if you would. Okay, a stable subatomic particle occurring in all atomic nuclei, with a positive electric charge equal in magnitude to that of an electron. Perhaps let's try that in Swahili. Truly, none the wiser. Where to from here, Captain? Let us imagine that who you are is merely who you think you are, yet it isn't actually who you truly are. For who you truly are in essence is the energy that is called love. Yet, you continue your days, being who you think you should be. Some may go to work, be parents, business colleagues, teachers, you name anything, and someone will think that that is who they are. This higher part of the self that is now being allowed to filter into the human system will help that system recognize more of its true self, its true potential, so that, rather than think itself as something, it will come to know itself a little more as its truth of self, the feeling of being love, and all that entails, as opposed to pretending to be a this, that, or the other. And this connects with the proton sentence. How exactly? Because the positive electric charge that one thinks it is, will be magnified in the knowing of its equal ability to be much more than it thinks it is. I have no idea if this is making any sense at all. Yet, pray continue. That you, that has not yet housed itself within the body upon earth, is filtering through bits of itself, in order to fashion, and put in place that which is to come forth, and serve the whole on a grander scale. This is happening now for all souls who have journeyed thus far in the knowing that any minute now, a breakthrough, or a feeling of breaking point, is about to blossom. This latest section of yourselves has proven to be taxing on all levels, has it not? For we are aware of the metaphoric washing machine cycle. Yet, now, that turbulence is settling, as the higher energies, not just into your planet, yet, into yourselves, flow through, and slowly integrate with the aspect of your being that arrived first to assess the layout, so to speak. Until this point in your planet's growth, it would have been impossible for the higher qualities to enter, for they would have been too high to exist, and not at all compatible with the levels of energy, frequency, vibrations that have been residing upon her. Yet now, as with all that is flowing in the right direction, plans on planetary change are certainly more than underway, and flourishing. That which is to ignite your souls in these future days shall leave you speechless, and certainly of a disposition that makes one's recall of the more unpleasant natures of this change fade into insignificance. We would say you have crossed the finishing line. Well, that truly is something. For it was back in 2012 that White Cloud said we were so close to the finishing line. So, a major breakthrough in that in your time, it takes 6 of our years to take a couple of steps. Now we are getting somewhere. I just of course. Yet, certainly, that is good to know, and now that we have crossed it, where do we go from here? You sit back, and take it all in. You look back at all your training, all your efforts that made that happen. You accept the glory of your soul's joy for what it is, and allow blessings to flow into your life. Crossing the finishing line moves you into the next phase. Don't tell me, another race? It is far from a race, this you understand. Yet, into the next level of the game. As the energies in this new position are gradually absorbed and understood, you will become aware of the difference in self, in order to be equipped to play within this higher level. You will discover skills which were not awarded you in the lower level. These skills give you fresh ideas on how to make your way forward, and using them to the highest of your capabilities and strengths will, in turn, renew thoughts that one had long given up on. What kind of thoughts do you mean? Thoughts of victory. Thoughts of walking into the promised new land with swords of light leading the way. Thoughts of knowing that there was never any doubt that you would be the victors, and accomplish that which you set sail upon your planet to achieve. Remembrance of true selves will allow courage and enthusiasm to nurture your tired beings, and bring you into alignment once again, so that power shall be acknowledged by your inner truth. This power, as we have spoken of many times, once recognized, knows no bounds. Doubts are shed regarding capabilities of endurance. For you know, each one of you, knows, that you have crossed that finishing line, walking every step of the way with hope in your hearts. And now that you have arrived in the higher source of participation, you cannot help but feel renewed. Yet, the newness of who you have now become is so familiar. Meaning, in a light-hearted vein, yet, with such depth behind our words, that you are so much closer to home, because you remember now how you used to feel. How you used to feel before you began the game. How you used to behave before you entered into the planetary vibrations. How you used to love without any interruption of fear. You are returning home, dearest souls. You are journeying on a pathway that feels so correct. Lifetimes after lifetimes have you traveled this same journey, and yet, now, only now, in these predicted glorious awakening times, are you able to know for sure that you are retracing your tracks. Your footprints left markers in the sand, for the very reason that on your return, you would recognize them. Knowing now how close you are to becoming more of the recognizable you. The you that is you. I know what you are saying, I have glimpses of that me. And yet, at other times I feel as though I threw a 6, landed on a snake, and find myself back to where I almost began. And yet, is it not so, that at other times you only threw a 2, and yet, landed on the ladder which took you to a height to which you had not reached before? Yep, it's all in the game as you say. Yet, just to clarify, is it the finishing line of the snakes and ladders we have reached? Now what game are we in? Please, please don't say Monopoly. I hate Monopoly. You are perhaps in the game of chess, where moves forward are planned and strategic. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Of course. Personally, I'd be up for a game of patience. One move, allowing the next one to flow, and when stumped, you pack up and have a cup of tea. Starting over when in the mood. Ah, the simple things in life. Dearest Blossom, we thank you for today's connection. The game is on, the next step of it. Observe all that you learned from the last one. Put into play these learnings, and watch how quickly you excel. Look at also, as we said, for the new tricks that become you. They will surely bring joy into play, and you will find that on this level, the game is so much more in your favor. Until next time, your move. Thanks so much. I am so happy this connection worked. Jet lag and sleeplessness doesn't always bode well for such encounters. Cheer ho for now, and of course, much love and gratitude.
Pizzaan ei kyllästy koskaan. Ei ainakaan hyvään pizzaan. Eiks kaikilla joku lemppari? Mozzarella. Ihan paras.
Greetings. Today I am instructed to give you a message from the Galactic Federation of Light. A very important moment of your transition is approaching, when every person who realizes the true essence of what is happening on your planet depends not only your life, but also many people around you. What is happening now in Hawaii was only the first wave of destructive natural disasters. Soon a massive awakening of volcanoes will begin on the Earth. It is already difficult for her to keep in her bowels these hot lava flows that are bursting outward, which have accumulated in her for millions of years. And now I will explain to you why this is happening. The fact is that your planet, like man, has a chakra structure, and the core of the Earth, as well as its interior, correspond to the first human chakra. It is here that all the negative energies accumulated on the physical plane accumulate. Just as the lowest negative energies accumulated in man break then into various diseases of his body, and at the Earth, all the accumulated negative that his person has absorbed breaks outward in the form of volcanic eruptions, faults in the Earth's crust, and other anomalies. All this was brewing for a very long time, but now it has reached its peak precisely because its subtle bodies have already reached another level, having moved to the space of the 5th dimension, and now it needs to pull up to this level of its densest body. Of course, this process is incredibly complex and multi-stage, and I told you about this very schematically, because now my goal is to warn you that you are waiting for big changes in life. Unfortunately, only a small part of the world's population knows and understands that these changes are not leading your planet to destruction, but, on the contrary, to prosperity and reaching a new level of your being. So the Galactic Federation of Light decided to turn to the most prepared in this prepared in this respect part of humanity with the following request. Try to bring this knowledge to the maximum number of people to minimize panic among the population, which will irreparably damage the transition process, reducing its energy component and increasing the number of human casualties. The ruling elite of your planet is perfectly aware of everything that awaits the Earth, but the leaders of all countries still keep a silence. Therefore, the initiative must come from you, dear our light workers. Find simple and accessible words for people far from the ascension theme to explain to them that everything that happens to them for good, that it's time to reflect on what led to thoughtless actions of people. It is necessary to bring to their consciousness that the Earth does not revenge them, but is freed from the negativity that its inhabitants of the planet have energized, radiating the emotions of the lowest vibrations, and physically tearing the Earth's interior with its body and contaminating its blood system with industrial waste rivers, lakes, seas and oceans. And then gradually move away from the topic of environmental protection, which is accessible and understandable for everyone, to the theme of Earth's transition into a new dimension. Now you have a lot of information on the internet on the ascension. Look for those sites and those articles where the transition is told in the simplest language, where scientific evidence of what is happening is given, as people with a material mindset find it hard to believe in unsubstantiated reasoning on such an unusual topic for them. And soon such confirmations will be more and more, which will greatly facilitate your enlightenment work. As you can see, we have fulfilled our promise, and our ships are increasingly appearing in your sky, which is becoming more and more witnesses. People are beginning to get used to our presence, and your task is to convince them that we are your friends, ready at any time to come to your aid. Ashtar Sharon, who loves you, spoke with you on behalf of the Galactic Federation of Light.
On behalf of the On behalf of the Galactic Federation and the spiritual hierarchy, we greet you. We would like to assure you that we are of the light, and that we come to you in the service of your Creator to assist and advise you so that you may better understand and react to the changes which will soon be upon you and your planet. With your limited vision, and your relationship with self-centeredness and conflict, you may be tempted to suspect that we have come to harm or to conquer you. There are indeed forces in your universe who might have such intentions, but their powers have been largely neutralized at this time. I have already assured you and gladly assure you once again that we are of the light, and that we are here for your benefit. The time has now come for a general movement upwards, a sorting of those who are ready to move up, and those who are not. Your planet is to be cleansed physically as well as on the spiritual level, for she has suffered much harm in acting as your host. It is important that you have some idea of what lies immediately ahead and why it is to take place, so that you may prepare yourselves. This is our first task. You have collectively made great advances in science and technology, but in so doing, you have often neglected another important source of information, namely your intuition. In your obsession with things physical, things which can be seen, felt, measured and tested, you have gained the impression that if you cannot see or feel it, it cannot therefore exist. Your eyes are closed to any possibilities outside your own area of recognition. But I must tell you that there is more unseen than is seen, there is more uncomprehended than comprehended, there is more to your world and your universe than you could presently imagine. The density of matter is important. Physical objects have different densities, people's physical frames have different densities, so also do worlds. We are of a lighter, finer density than you, as also are the manifestations which you call spirits or ghosts. Place some pebbles in a sieve, then pour water.
Correct Pro, Keramik, TFC. Keraaminen pinnoite ammattilaiskäsittelynä. Kiiltoa ja suojaa vuosiksi.
Then pour water over them and see how the finer density of water allows it to pass around the denser pebbles. That is why ghosts can pass through walls. That is how our spacecraft can move about invisibly to your eyes, though we are able to make ourselves visible to your senses at will. That is why there is so much going on around you that is invisible to your eyes. Planet Earth at present exists on the densest possible level as a reflection of the environment in which you live and conduct yourselves and the lessons you have chosen to learn. Each planet or universe or civilization has its constitution, similar in spirit and intent to the constitutions of your more evolved governments. The concept of constitution is to lay down the outer, absolute boundaries of approved behavior beyond which neither individuals nor governments may pass. Planet Earth has been given the gift of free will, as have many others, but unlike others, your free will has been given without boundaries. Thus you have been able to go to extremes of violence and self-gratification at the expense of others, extremes which in other civilizations would not be permitted. In this way you yourselves, and all of us who observe you and experience your world by correlation, can learn of the effects which such actions can set in motion. But this situation will shortly come to an end, for now is a time of sorting and of moving upwards. It is a time of revision, of assessment, of taking new paths. It includes your entire planet, and indeed a much wider circle of worlds beyond your own. Your planet is to be cleansed, and its people will move to new worlds according to their evolution and aspirations, in order to learn new lessons in new environments. This will give each individual the opportunity to review his or her life and attitudes, and to consider the kind of future to which he or she aspires. Having given you just a brief idea of what is to happen very shortly around you, I must now tell you of the task we have been given by Earth's spiritual guides and higher...
Jou kaikki parhaat kamut, juhannus olisi kohta täällä ja heilapaineet kasvaa. Tässä on toi... Unelmia pitää olla.
Hierarchy, and how we propose to set about fulfilling our responsibilities. It is our intent to use what in your language might be referred to as the carrot and the stick. The stick is not, as you might at first think, a weapon to be raised in aggression or anger or envy. This is not our way. Indeed, the constitution of our lives and civilization does not permit any of these things. The stick we will use is a rod of protection, and it is strict, tolerating no exceptions. Already you will find that your weapons of war are losing their effectiveness. Over time these physical weapons will disintegrate into dust. Their aura of aggression and anger will be neutralized along with their physical form. You will also find that anything used as a weapon of aggression, even a stick or a fist raised in anger, will be stayed by an unseen hand. Ultimately, you will find that when any words are to be spoken in anger or aggression, the voice of the speaker will falter as if gently choking, so that such words may not be expressed. Finally, as the din of war is gradually stilled and a spirit of peace descends upon your planet, we hope to reinforce it with an enveloping blanket of love and goodwill. You must understand that although you may think that victory is an achievement providing its rewards, you should know that the continuance of war and competitive aggression, which is a constant feature of your planet, has taken its toll upon your emotions and your senses, creating a continuing tension. As this burden is progressively lifted, you will find yourselves lightening, becoming more joyful, more able to see the beauty around you and the light in the souls of others. Perhaps you, with your tradition of total free will, may feel that this is an unwarranted intrusion into your liberty, although you may well agree in principle that the neutralization of all anger and aggression, together with all weapons of war, would be a wonderful thing. You may not feel altogether comfortable with its imposition by an alien and foreign force, yet I must tell you that
Onko sinulla mahtava kotisivuidea? Webnodella voit itse luoda kotisivun helposti ja ilmaiseksi. Jos sinulla on yritys tai olet innokas bloggaaja tai haluat yksinkertaisesti merkitä muistiin elämäsi tärkeät hetket, löydät etsimäsi Webnoden laajasta sivupohjavalikoimasta. Luo omat tekstit helposti ja nopeasti. Lisää omat kuvasi tai valitse tuhansista ammattimaisista Webnoden kuvapankin kuvista ilmaiseksi. Kaikkea sisältöä voi siirtää sivulla minne vain. Lisää vain kuvia ja tekstiä ja luo juuri sellainen kotisivu kuin tahdot. Voit helposti lisätä yhteydenottolomakkeen, kartan, kuvagallerian ja useita muita ominaisuuksia. Yhdellä klikkauksella kotisivusi on verkossa ja näyttää aina upealta. Kiitos Webnodin, kiitos sinun. Webnode, luo oma kotisivusi jo tänään ilmaiseksi.
Must tell you that such rules are not unusual. Indeed, your planet is almost unique in permitting such activities, which are not within the constitutional bounds of other civilizations. Many of you may also feel that while an end to violence is a good thing in principle, it is necessary first of all to repay debts, to claim the eye for the eye. But I must tell you that such vendettas, such acts of violence followed by counter-violence in the name of honor, these acts have been going on for centuries in your collective lives. Somewhere, at some time, the perpetuation of violence must stop. This is now the place and the time. I must also explain that if we are to help you, as we have been instructed to do, we must first ask you to be still. We cannot help and advise those who are too busy killing one another to listen to our words. If you could see your planet from outer space as we do all the time, you would see a murky aura of accumulated hate and aggression, and your ears would be deafened by the constant clamor and din of war, the shooting and the bombs, the cries of the wounded and the dying, and the destruction of so much of the physical assets of your civilization which you have previously built with expenditure of great effort and planetary resources. If only the effort you have put into destruction and rebuilding could have been directed into preserving and enhancing, of building upon building. Imagine how rich your civilization would now appear. But that is your destiny and it is not for us to question it, only to point out that if you are to listen, to be informed, to improve your conduct and make a right decision when needed to do so, then you must first be stilled. Our stick will be the rod of protection, ensuring that acts of aggression are halted so that the clash of war may be stilled and the spirit of aggression, of violence and revenge may be quietened. The carrot of persuasion will take the form of suggestions as to how you may conduct your lives more peaceably, more spiritually, with the reward that in so doing you may be more ready.
In today's world, with the growing population and urbanization, challenges like traffic congestions, parking, and pollution are compromising the quality of life in cities. Cities need to become smart, and mobility is a critical part of that smartness. A smart city's transportation should be based on an open and competitive mobility market with the right tools to continuously optimize it. To do that, a city must have clear visibility of how people are actually moving around from point A to point B, not just a high-level view of traffic, but rather have full access to real-time data and insights. The Here Mobility Marketplace connects all the different mobility services in one place, creating a single point of access to all transportation options, establishing a standardization layer through its API. The Here Mobility Marketplace connects the city to all the mobility services, providing visibility to how people are moving around. With this mobility standardization layer and real-time data, cities can now take action to resolve their growing transportation challenges, improving the quality of life in it. Here Mobility, connecting the mobility world.
To move to a higher level of being, it is a hope that as you pause for a moment in your aggression and counter-aggression, when your ears are no longer filled with a din of war and your senses not fully preoccupied with getting the better of others before they get the better of you, in that stillness and space of neutrality you may be persuaded to begin afresh, and to build for yourselves a society where relationships are based on mutual respect, non-aggression and cooperation, on construction rather than destruction. A daunting, perhaps even impossible task. No. Indeed, it is much easier done than imagined. In other societies more developed than your own, there is one guiding principle of conduct between people. It is a simple rule. First, do no harm. You must start early with your very youngest children, as we also do, teaching them what is to us the most important rule of life. Respect others as you would have them respect you. Think no unkind thoughts, say no unkind words, for one only puts others down in order to make oneself greater. Learn to value yourself for what you are. Build upon your incarnated foundation. Develop yourself and your natural gifts, remembering only that you should enrich your own life without impoverishing that of others. Emotionally, spiritually or physically, your governments too must reform themselves rapidly. For despite the belief which many hold that they live in a democracy, in truth few people trust their governments to act competently, honestly and efficiently. The purpose of government, in the words of your Thomas Jefferson, is to prevent men from injuring one another. If only you had but one government which did just that, which ensured peace and true social justice among its people, acting productively without undue waste, with honesty and transparency, with the interests of the people, its customers, at heart, you would never believe the beneficial, almost magical effect it would have. With that one principle, there would be physical plenty.
Musta tuntuu, että pizzaan ei kyllästy koskaan. Ei ainakaan hyvään pizzaan. Eiks kaikilla on joku lemppari? Mozzarella, ihan paras.
Physical plenty for all to live challenging and rewarding lives in a pleasant environment on a respected planet. As you shed your aggressive competitiveness, competing only with ignorance to create knowledge, competing only with poverty to create wealth which all may share, conducting your collective lives according to the principle of mutual respect and cooperation, so all the dark, dank places you have created for yourselves will be changed and brightened. Those who have been put down will find new freedom to make their own contribution, and the harm done to your host planet can slowly be undone. There will be little enough time for this new spirit to take root, but if you can only pause from your aggression long enough to enjoy the stillness of peace, if you can order your collective affairs according to universal laws long enough to glimpse the rewards of peace, justice and cooperation, and if experiencing these things each of you can profit from your new environment in order to review your personal attitudes, your approach to yourself and to others, you will then be in a position to embrace a brighter future. It is our wish to remain with you, and to communicate with you constantly in order to give you a wider view of that which you cannot see, of developments around you and how they will affect you, and in our behavior towards you. We will show you the creative, nurturing power of love, of mutual caring and assistance which we hope that you too will embrace among yourselves.
Recently, you brought forward a transmission entitled The Diamond Wave Process, Critical Mass Solstice for New Earth Treaty. Do you think you could please assist me with a little analysis of this transmission? Indeed, we can do this. We might add, however, that analysis of this material is not absolutely necessary, as this transmission was a DNA memory activation trigger, which holds the seeds within star-seeded individuals for the domino effect and 100th monkey effect, if you will, to take place. In other words, radiation. However, we are aware of the indigo drive, which includes analytical thinking specific to knowings and wisdoms. Therefore, We shall assist with your queries. Thank you. So you opened the transmission with the phrase wave after wave. There are many who pick up that a wave is coming. Is this the wave you speak of here? Can you explain what is meant by wave after wave? Are you suggesting there are multiple waves rather than just one wave? We refer here to multiple waves when looking from the linear perspective. Ascension comes in waves, and this is how this shall be experienced in linear reality, or third, and somewhat fourth, dimensional existence. From the higher perspective, multidimensionality, fifth dimension and beyond, there is but one wave. So if we experience wave after wave, are we experiencing the one wave right now? Indeed you are. For some, this will be an aftershock, if you will. For others, this will be a precursor. So are you saying the wave has not happened yet for some, and it has already happened for others? This is correct, due to their perception of said waves. So their perception creates their experience. Exactly. What is the predominant experience within the starseed community? That these are precursor waves due to the linear perspective of waiting for events. Does the waiting of events create those events? For some, yes. For others, it prevents the event. How is it so different? Those that create are in surrender with their waiting and are simultaneously within the now moment experience, 0 point. Those that focus only on the future event prevent it. So you say the Starseed Collective currently sees these waves as precursor waves. Are they collectively creating or preventing the wave? It fluctuates. So if it fluctuates, then are you saying 1 minute the wave is prevented, the next minute it's created? Not exactly so linear. The fluctuation pattern is simultaneous, presenting a mixed vibratory pattern. However, those within 0 point have stronger fields, shall we say, in the sense that their thoughts and individualized consciousness of said thoughts are cohesive. Therefore, creation of wave is predominant within the fluctuating field signal. Are the starseeds therefore creating the wave? They are the wave. I don't understand. Can you clarify? All structures within the matter universe and the antimatter innerverse, shall we say, as in hyperspace, are the mind fabric of what we may term a consciousness field. That consciousness field generates structure. The structures, humans on Earth being some of those structures, are always part of the consciousness field. They are always one and the same. All structure is therefore one structure, just as all waves are one wave. So the wave is everybody and everything. The wave is the mind pattern of everybody and everything. So is it a brainwave, as in a cosmic brainwave? Yes, one could see it that way. Yet brainwave suggests an idea within the mind fields of your peoples. Perhaps cosmic neuron activity would be more appropriate. Why are we given such little information about this wave? Isn't it important for us to know about it? You are given much information, although it is more akin to receiving than giving. You are each an antenna and can communicate with the wave. We can communicate with the wave. Indeed. What do you think you are doing now? Are you saying you are the wave? Not us specifically, as you know us as the Nine, but all of us, as in you, us, and everybody else. If there were no starseeds upon Earth, would there still be a wave? Yes, but wave would be of a different format. What kind of format would it be? Negatively polarized pattern. Why would it be negatively polarized pattern? Starseeds are the anchors for positive polarization. Without them, the negative would polarize without interference. Okay, so if there were no humans upon Earth whatsoever, would there still be a wave? Yes, there would still be a wave. Yet said wave would be existing fully within Earth's field. And the Earth, that you know it, would be a sixth density planet, known to many as Tiamat. Why would the removal of all humans create a sixth density planet? Sixth density beings would thus anchor frequency and said wave if all humans were no longer on Earth. Sixth density beings. Are you saying that there are sixth density beings on Earth right now? Indeed. Can you tell me more about these sixth density beings? Can you tell me what they are or who they are? Elephants, whales, dolphins, and various members of the fungi family. So the elephants, whales, dolphins, and fungi anchor sixth density. They would do so if there were no humans, yes. With humans in place, then their cohesive consciousness takes precedence, as in the consciousness of the starseeds. Why would starseeds' consciousness take precedence over sixth density beings? The cohesive consciousness thought structures take precedence over sixth density thought process due to the cohesive structure that moves into synchronized harmony with intelligent infinity due to the individualized infinity structures of said thought process. Elephants, whales, dolphins, and fungi are collective consciousness structures, not individualized. So, an individualized consciousness structure is more powerful than a collective. Not more powerful, simply different. Yet in the case of a third density into fourth density planet, such as your Earth, Terra, the individualized consciousness structures take precedence as the signal is stronger, if you will. In truth, signal is simply a match to a different evolutionary path. And that is the path that creates the ascension you are currently undergoing. God-realized ascension, if you will. Why do you call our Earth Terra? And are collective consciousness structures such as elephants, whales, etc. not also undergoing God-realized ascension?
happening anytime this century. So there's a good chance you'll never see it. But 10%, I mean, that's not tiny. And the U.S. Geological Survey noted last year, even if Yellowstone does erupt, it could be a small incident, not some Armageddon type thing. Michio Kaku joins us now. He's a theoretical physicist, a professor, a best-selling author, friend of the program. Give us some context on this, what we're talking about here.
Well, forget the image of Yogi Bear representing Yellowstone. We're talking about a sleeping Godzilla underneath Yellowstone that, if it erupts in a maximum eruption called Category 8, it can literally tear the guts out of the United States of America. Instead of having 50 states of the Union, we would only have 30 states of the Union. Now that's Category 8. This report looked at Category 7, which is much more likely once every 1,000 years rather than once every million years. That means in every century, there's a 10% chance that somewhere on the planet Earth there could be a supervolcanic Category 7 eruption. That's the danger.
You just talked about a volcano that could wipe out 20 states. How in the world is that possible?
Well, it's happened before. 2.1 million years ago, 1.3, and also 0.6 million years ago. We have the evidence of a gigantic eruption that is sufficient to tear the guts out of the US of A. So this report has to be taken seriously, but hey, don't sell the store, don't panic. We don't expect it to happen in our lifetime.
It's hard really to imagine this lake of lava that stretches hundreds of miles in all directions. How do we know that, and how do they read that?
Well, just 2 years ago there was a scare, in fact. We actually began to measure the size of this lava hotspot, and it turned out to be twice as big as we previously thought. However, the good news is that it's not migrating, it's not moving. We see no indication whatsoever that a big one is coming. However, eventually the law of averages catches up to you. And this report singled out Mount Vesuvius outside Naples, Italy, outside Mexico City, and Yellowstone as 3 hotspots where a Category 7 volcanic eruption could indeed take place in this century.
So there are only 3 of this size in all the world?
Well, there's several in Indonesia and New Zealand that have had Category 8 eruptions, in fact. But then again, we're talking about once every million years for Category 8. Category 7 will be many times the size of Mount St. Helens, enough to cause widespread destruction across the state, but not enough to destroy the US of A. But still, something that we have to take very seriously now.
What would we get in the way of warnings, Michio?
Well, unlike a meteor from outer space, where you get no warning whatsoever, we get warnings. If you've seen movies like Pompeii, you know that there are days, in fact weeks, of eruptions building up, grumbling inside, underneath the ground, near the pocket of lava. So there would be enough time, several weeks, in order to begin evacuation if and when such an unlikely event were to take place.
All right, Michio Kaku on the news deck. No time to panic, but interesting, very interesting. Thank you.
Ground deformation is near the Norris Geyser Basin, the hottest and most unstable thermal basin in the park.
Norris Geyser Basin is one of the most dynamic of hydrothermal areas at Yellowstone. It's always changing. We're always noticing new things that are happening.
Just a few years ago, satellite images showed Yellowstone's greatest rise in this area. Recently, however, it's reversed its direction and is now subsiding.
It's not actually within the Yellowstone caldera, yet it's one of the highest temperature thermal areas in the park. And it is possible that there is some magma extending to the north beneath that region.
The source of the basin's volatility could be magma, or another key component of volcanic activity, earthquakes.
The earthquakes are essentially the heartbeat of the system. Are an integral part of the active, if you wish, mountain building and volcanism of Yellowstone.
Like smoke and fire, volcanoes and earthquakes go hand in hand.
Yellowstone could be a global devastator, but as we look at this video, you notice a strange light. And then it drifts out of view. What was that? But immediately there, something is in pursuit of it. Some people are saying this is a park ranger helicopter in response to the incident. Whatever it is, we're not exactly sure. We're going to leave it for you to decide. Take a look. Now it's out of view. There is no more indication of exactly where this helicopter went, but it does seem to have gone in the direction of the UFO. Alright, we're going to let it roll here a little bit. See if you see anything strange in the sky or on the ground. definitely a strange incident, and we're still trying to figure out what exactly happened. Why did the paramedics show up? We don't know exactly what happened, but there has been an incident, and we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. And I want to get your guys' opinions of what do you think it is. Alright, we got more videos coming up. We're going to let it roll and then do a little enhancement again so you can take a look at the UFO activity. Is there a helicopter in pursuit of this during this incident in Yellowstone? Blake Cousins, Third Phase News. Stand by, everybody.
Member of the Trilateral Commission. George W. Bush was not a member. Barack Obama is not a member of the Trilateral Commission. Barack Obama picked 11 of them to actually surround him. Hillary Clinton is not a member of the Trilateral Commission, but her husband was.
We get a lot of advice from the council, so this will mean I won't have this far to go to be told what we should be doing and.
The Trilateral Commission controls the American government. Now, the American people don't know that. Certainly when Hillary Clinton announced that she was going to resign and Barack Obama suggested we put in Susan Rice as the Secretary of State, Susan Rice came to the membership role for the Trilateral Commission, discredited because of some remarks she made. So they picked another person for the Secretary of State in the United States. His name is John Kerry, and you'd never guess where he came from. Senator John Kerry, member of the Trilateral Commission. The elite rule America, they rule England, they rule the world today. You can go to their website at trilateral.org, and where, of course, you can see their logo. It's made up of a circle with 3 curved arrows. If you look closely, you'll see their 6s. You'll see 6 joined together in the center by an upside-down broken cross. This is an occult organization. Cecil Rhodes was involved in the occult. The people who joined with him in this pursuit of a world government were involved in the occult. And it is these occult organizations, both the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, which are the major force behind this move towards world government. And if you're coming at this from a Christian point of view, you realize, of course, it's been prophesied for thousands of years. We would establish a world government. We would reconstitute the government that Nimrod tried to produce about 200 years after the Great Flood. And of course, Nimrod wanted to build the Tower of Babylon to reach the heavens. He wanted to replace God with a one world government under his control, and of course that failed. This movement continues today. There were secret societies at the time of Nimrod. There are secret societies today. There really is a mystical world out there. There's a supernatural world. There really are supernatural forces.
Sarah McKechnie is taking her professional and spiritual journey through life with her husband, Dale McKechnie, who is Vice President of the Lucis Trust.
They probably thought Lucifer, light bearer, was a good name for their fledgling publishing company when they started to publish the books that Alice Bailey was writing, the books they saw as bringing light to humanity. But within 2 or 3 years, they decided to change the name of the company to Lucis Publishing Company. Lucis being from the same Latin term meaning of light, Trust of Light, Publishing Company of Light, and that's the name we've had since about 1925. Now, the reference to Lucifer comes from Blavatsky's description of Lucifer in the accurate sense of the term, which is of Latin origin, it means literally light bearer. So Lucifer to Blavatsky was one of the great sacrificial beings who descended to earth. That's where we get the idea of the fall of the angels. That was the descent of the solar angels to earth as an act of sacrifice on our behalf.
But is it not so that Lucius Trust, Alice Bailey, was looking for specifically the prophet Maitreya?
The Maitreya is a being, an entity. We're told that when this entity, this avatar, returns, that he will bring humanity a new understanding of the spiritual will. But first, we have to demonstrate that the energy of love is sufficiently anchored in human consciousness to make us able to bear a greater spiritual will. You can imagine a powerful will without sufficient love would be wrongly used. You can imagine a powerful will without sufficient love would be wrongly used.
I'm sure you can see straight away that this is an androgynous performer. This is part of the agenda in that the fallen are androgynous. But this is Baphomet, and you'll see that Baphomet is androgynous. They've got the female breasts and the male phallic here. This is work by Aleister Crowley. This is Baphomet again with the wings like the phoenix. And also, remember, you saw this at the Olympics, 2012 Olympics, that they had the rise of the phoenix as well.
You threw me down, but I'm gonna fly.
And now you see that she's gained wings in the background, flame wings. Once I transform, once I'm reborn. Right, now let's have a look at this in a second. This is hell, guys. This is coming from hell.
Do you have any words at all? I do. This night is dedicated to everyone who believes in a future of peace and freedom. You know who you are. We are unity, and we are unstoppable.
Lucis Trust is a non-governmental organization that has an affiliation with the UN. How does your esoteric practice interface with the figures and policies of world government? Government. It's a bit of a reaching question.
The UN isn't a form of government. It's a platform for the governments of the world to come together and try to work out in common ground a solution to problems. A fairly successful resolution might be the way they're approaching the problems in the Middle East. Although, again, not everybody would agree with, say, the stand taken in Libya.
It is a big idea. A new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind: peace and security, freedom.
We saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No. Oh, I'm sure it did.
At a 1991 closed-door meeting of fellow internationalists, billionaire and former CFR chairman David Rockefeller praised his media allies, but his confidence that his words would not leave the room was later broken.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and restricted their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the right kind of publicity. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
We don't want the world government! Leave Chile right now! Leave Chile, okay? Leave Chile! Your family! Your family is the most disgusting in the world, you know? You're a traitor to Chile, okay? You're a traitor to Chile. Speaking with him and this. Your world government will fail, okay?
We are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
Now, the main enemy is Freemasonry. Freemasonry claims it tries to make good men better men, and it accepts only men of high moral character, and as an educational religious society they seek to improve the community. But what they fail to tell the people is that Masonry has another purpose that's completely unknown to much of the public and many of the Masons. Manly P. Hall, a 33rd degree Mason, said, quote, "Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect." In the first degree, the initiate is asked the following question: what do you desire? In the first degree, he answers light. In the second degree, he answers more light. In the third degree, he answers further light. But he's led phase by phase through a series of blood oaths. Now, Albert Pike, who's probably the most famous Freemason of all time, he was a Mason who simultaneously occupied 3 different positions. He was the head of Washington, D.C. Masonry, he was the head of American Masonry, and he was the head of World Masonry. Albert Pike wrote the book Morals and Dogma. It was published in 1871. It's been called the most important book of Freemasonry. It's been called the Bible of Freemasonry. Albert Pike says in Morals and Dogma, quote, "The Mason is familiar with the doctrine that the Supreme Being is a center of light." And what is this light that the Masons are talking about? Page 321 of Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. Quote, "Lucifer, the light bearer, Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not." End quote. And on page 324, he repeats the thought. He says, quote, "A devil, the fallen Lucifer, or light bearer." He identifies Lucifer as being the devil. The New Agers believe the same thing as the Masons. Manly P. Hall wrote the book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. He says this, quote, "When the Mason learns the key is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands." End quote. So the Masonic writers are telling the Pope they conceal the worship of Lucifer from the rest of the Masonic Lodge. In the 28th degree, the symbol, this is for the degree Knight of the Serpent, it has a snake biting its tail. And what looks to be a friendly person, but you look in the reflection here, as you can see, if you turn around, it's a demon. And that's important because Albert Pike says, quote, "That which is above is as that which is below," end quote. The House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., which is where Freemasons receive their 33rd degree. So you have to be chosen to be a 33rd degree Mason. In the book called The History of Freemasonry, quote, "This star represents good when represented with 1 point upward." And the page reads on, quote, "But when turned with 1 point down, it represents evil." End quote. The pentagram is one of the biggest symbols in Satanism.
Well, in the French case, they organised a huge exhibition in Paris on the evils of Freemasonry as a conspiracy. And likewise in Britain, they would have barged into big Masonic lodges and confiscated all the paraphernalia. They might well have made a big exhibition of all this stuff in the Guildhall with all sorts of photographs and information and line charts showing this great Masonic network allegedly running Britain. Pointing out how many cabinet ministers or whatever were Masons, and they would have tried to sell that to the population, saying, look here, you idiots, you've been governed for years by 200 sort of leading Freemasons or something.
The Sonderfundungus List, GB, or Black Book, named 2,820 individual enemies of the Reich, who were to be hunted down and eliminated once Britain had been occupied. All the members of the British government and the civil service were on the list, but the remainder were the cream of Britain's intellectual and literary elite. With these detailed lists, British Freemasonry would have been eradicated, just as it was in the Channel Islands.
It was on the morning of the 27th of January, 1941, that squads of special troops, professional wreckers, arrived here at the Masonic Temple in St. Helier and set about the systematic looting and pillaging of this beautiful building. They stripped out all the main furnishings, and they also stripped out and ransacked the splendid library and museum. And as photographs which are taken at the Liberation show, the damage inflicted was horrendous. It was state vandalism.
The Masons also use Masonic timetable system. They don't use AD, they use AL. AL is their standard of calendar system. It means Anno Lucis, and that means in the year of light. It could also be interpreted to mean in the year of Lucifer. And you can also find AL at on the cornerstone, at the engraved date of any cornerstone laid by the Masons. The Masons definitely believe in symbology and numerology, and they have a fascination with the number 33. Masonic Encyclopedia says that Charleston, South Carolina was selected as the first home of the Council of the 33rd Degree Masonic Lodge. Major events that have happened on the 33rd degree latitude, it's where the first nuclear bomb was tested at Trinity Site, New Mexico. And the monument chosen to commemorate this site was an obelisk, which is a Masonic symbol. The 33rd degree latitude also passes over both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. These sites were the place where the first two bombs, atomic bombs, were dropped at the end of World War II. Truman was a 32nd degree Mason when he dropped the bombs, and in October of 1945 he became a 33rd degree Mason. But the most astonishing incident that has occurred on the 33rd degree latitude of the map is the passage over the city of Dallas, Texas, where on November the 22nd, 1963, JFK was assassinated. The president passed an obelisk that is located right in front of the school book depository on the street where the president was shot. But what we know as Freemasonry came most recently from the Order of the Knights Templar movement in the 1300s. Actually came before that, in the year 43 AD, from a group called the Mysterious Force. That's actually where Freemasonry came from. And this following information is from a book called The Origin of Masonry. The Mysterious Force was established in 43 AD. It started when a counselor to King Herod Agrippa came to him and complained that the followers of Jesus had a mysterious force. So the purpose of this group was to attack the teachings of Jesus, and that they should establish their own mysterious force in order to preserve Judaism. King Herod Agrippa said, quote, "We will use the hammer because it was used to nail Jesus' hands and feet. Every session will be opened by striking the hammer 3 times," end quote. And you notice that judges have the hammer to bring order to the court. King Herod Agrippa said, quote, "We will make degrees. These will be 33, symbolizing the age of the impostor." And on November 43 AD, the first official session was held in the First Temple of Jerusalem, which was a basement in the palace of King Herod Agrippa. The meeting of the Mysterious Force was always held in the temple. That was the name of the temple. and in 1717 modern Freemasonry changed it to the name of lodge. To prove that Masonry is of Jewish origin, there are the following quotes. The Rabbi Isaac Weiss wrote in 1855, quote, "Masonry is a Jewish institution, whose history, degrees, assignments, signs, and explanations are of Jewish nature from beginning to end," end quote. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism in 1897 in Switzerland, said, quote, "Masonic lodges are established all over the world to offer us help to achieve our independence. Those pigs and non-Jewish Masons will never understand the final objects of Masonry," end quote.
President Barack Obama concludes his 3-day trip to Israel today, and it began early with a trip to Mount Herzl, where he laid a wreath on the tomb of Theodor Herzl, the Zionist visionary who imagined the state of Israel, but who died 40 years before it came into being.
Those pigs and non-Jewish Masons will never understand the final objects of Masonry, end quote. Also in the Jewish Encyclopedia, there's no criticism of socialism or communism, and in fact, they say that they're instrumental in founding and making socialism flourish. In fact, Jewish international bankers financed the Russian Revolution. Now, going back to what all this Freemasonry is rooted in, it's rooted in the Jewish Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is the Hebrew word for received tradition. The Jewish Kabbalah is a medieval Jewish book of occult philosophy and magic based on mystical interpretations of the Old Testament. Kabbalah is important with magicians, sorcerers, witches, Satanists, as well as Masonic philosophers. And all the things that I just mentioned that are rooted, talked about Freemasonry, gets back and is rooted in the Jewish Kabbalah. The book Morals and Dogma has 65 pages dealing with the Kabbalah. Page 741 of Morals and Dogma says this, quote, "Masonry is a search for light. That search leads directly back to the Kabbalah."
Lucifer is? Yeah. Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy, virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh man, this is great.
God bless you, brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach us. This is what a Mason confesses, is that Lucifer is light.
You can help people, you can save souls. No, 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 no. How can the devil save souls? What are you talking about? Man, I got the devil in me. I didn't hell, I'd be a Christian.
I'm Christian-minded, but I'm not living it. Now I regret that I don't. I regret that I haven't, because I know I should have.
Playing at some party or something, it was like a whole different guy. You hear those stories about the bluesmen that go out to the crossroads and sell their soul to the devil and come back all of a sudden able to do stuff for Robert Johnson, Tommy Johnson. That whole mythology was one of those kind of deals almost. When he left Minneapolis, he was just average. You know, there was 5, 6 other guys doing the same thing. When he came back, he's doing Woody, and he was doing Van Ronk, and he was finger picking, he was playing crossharp, and this is a matter of a couple of months. I mean, this is not like he was gone, you know, a year or anything.
That's when I went to the crossroads and made a big deal. You know, like, yeah. One night, and then went back to Minneapolis, and I was like, hey, where's this guy been? You know, he went to the crossroads.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation, brought forth a book that was called the Book of the Law in 1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God, i.e. Jesus, had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place. In fact, he was a brilliant genius. He was an accomplished poet, mountaineer, painter, writer. He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored Mason in the world. And he was also the most dangerous man in the 20th century.
The intro to Sergeant Pepper's says 20 years ago today, Sergeant Pepper taught the band to play. I was 20 years ago today that day that Crowley passed away. So 47 was when he died, and I guess the album came out in 67. So Lennon himself was a known occultist. He would constantly go to occult bookstores in New York City, and in some of his writings, Imagine, and all these other songs and stuff reference a lot of occult subjects. So.
Imagine that
I guess I wouldn't be very entertaining on the stage. So Sasha comes out and she's fearless. You know, she can do things that I cannot do when I'm in rehearsal. I mean, I can try, but then it just doesn't happen. I can sing notes and sing strong and do all these things that when I'm just by myself, I can't do. And I remember right before I performed, I raised my hands up, and it was kind of the first time I felt something else come into me.
Roman is a crazy boy who lives in me. I think he was born out of rage. He was conceived in rage, so he bashes everyone. He threatens to beat people, and he's violent.
That must be nice to have like an ignorant loudmouth who you can just sort of blame every...
He wants to be blamed. I don't want to blame him. I ask him to leave, but he can't. He's here for a reason. People have brought him out. People conjured him up. Now he won't leave.
Do you think you're going to get to heaven?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to?
No, hell's much better.
Right now we're in downtown Toronto, young in Davenport, and as you can see, I'm in front of a Masonic temple. But that's not all it is. Check this out.
The whole idea of celebrity and fame has become really convoluted and, kind of bastardized, like whereas fame used to be the byproduct of success, and now it's the ultimate goal. And if your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there, like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil. Like you're gonna end up on a one-way street and it's going nowhere. Like that's just the truth. I've seen so many people like forsake their moral code and their value systems just for a little bit of fame, and it's not worth it at the end of the day. It's really not worth it.
This is the Temple of Set. The temple is the only international satanic religious institution fully recognized by the United States government.
Awesome power. (10:17 p.m. July 12, 1993). A magnitude 7.8 earthquake rips the ocean floor off the coast of Hokkaido. The epicenter
Onko sinulla mahtava kotisivuidea? Webnodella voit itse luoda kotisivun helposti ja ilmaiseksi. Jos sinulla on yritys tai olet innokas bloggaaja tai haluat yksinkertaisesti merkitä muistiin elämäsi tärkeät hetket, löydät etsimäsi Webnoden laajasta sivupohjavalikoimasta. Luo omat tekstit helposti ja nopeasti. Lisää omat kuvasi tai valitse tuhansista ammattimaisista Webnoden kuvapankin kuvista ilmaiseksi. Kaikkea sisältöä voi siirtää sivulla minne vain. Lisää vain kuvia ja tekstiä ja luo juuri sellainen kotisivu kuin tahdot. Voit helposti lisätä yhteydenottolomakkeen, kartan, kuvagallerian ja useita muita ominaisuuksia yhdellä.
I'm going to go into some rather strange and deep areas this week because a lot of people laugh at me, not that I could care less, because some of the things that I say are happening are not something that most people ever come across. But we actually live in two worlds, and if you live in one world, you probably won't come across a lot of this. But if you live in the other, then it's commonplace. It's the way things are. Because these parallel worlds that we call human society have one in which the vast majority live and think of it as the real world. This is how things are, mate. Then there's another world which actually controls the one that people think they live in and believe is so real. And the two are not the same. And you see this other world, this controlling world, in the form of royalty, elite families, the 1%, as it's called. But that's just the surface of this other world. If you go deeper and deeper into it, it gets very bizarre indeed. And this is why we have these networks of secret societies. Yes, on the lower levels and the outer levels of them, they use secret societies for manipulating in business and a bit of that, like the Freemasons and stuff. But if you go deep into these secret societies, and particularly into the seriously elite ones, then you find that their reason for being is to A, manipulate the world that people believe is real from the one.
Moi! Tiesitkö, että Suomen suosituin vippi on nyt uudistunut? Vippi.fi on palvelut jo yli 500,000.
One that's really controlling, and also to keep hidden from the real world, the one that's doing the controlling. And it's funny because, you know, when you get into this other world, that's when you hit demonic entities, that's where you meet reptilian entities and greys, as they're called in UFO research. That's where you meet these non-human expressions that are controlling the human world, manipulating the human world. And what's funny is that the real world that people think is all there is so controlled in terms of information that people receive, mostly receive throughout their lives, through education and the media and all these other forms of information, that people become programmed like software to see reality in a certain way, and two, by reflex action, dismiss any other explanation that's outside of the mainstream, i.e. the program. And so, even though up to the 1920s, mainstream science believed that there was one galaxy in the universe, now some of the latest estimates are as high as 2 trillion galaxies in the universe. Although if you take mainstream science's projection of the size of the universe and you see that by comparison to that, planet Earth is the equivalent of a billionth of a pinhead, despite all that, the real world program says any idea of life other than humans out there
sanotaan, että sen määrä on vakio.
Not actually some of it out there either. Down here. Is ridiculous. It's a joke. All ghosts are a joke. Even though stunning numbers of people have had ghostly experiences and they've been documented on camera and all that stuff. Oh no, ghosts? You don't believe in ghosts, do you? That's ridiculous. No, that's not ridiculous. That's the program. That's the press enter program. Ghosts? Oh, that's ridiculous. Reptilian entities? Oh, that's crazy. People being possessed by demonic entities? Press enter. Oh, that's ridiculous. This is the way the program in the real world operates to keep people not just oblivious but dismissive of this actually controlling everything and manipulating the direction of human society. And it's a chuckle, really, when you think, and it's certainly a chuckle for that which is doing the controlling. But there is. And the human prison is this parallel manipulating reality that's interacting with the perceived real world. Now, my books aren't short. This is my latest one, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told. And the reason they're not short is because if I'm at the second part of the book, talking about the geopolitical situation and how it's manipulated, and all these other things, banking systems manipulated, how climate change by human activity is a hoax, and all these endless other elements of human society, the artificial intelligence agenda, which is massive and completely connected to this other controlling world, by the way. That's where it's coming from. But before I get there in the books, in the early part, to make sense of the world of the scene, we have to understand what this reality is. Because if we don't, we can't understand anything. And lots of these things that I talk about, like reptilians, possession, other non-human entities, the fact that this so-called physical reality is an illusion. What I'm saying about the moon is not what we think it is, that we live in a virtual reality universe. Actually, on one level it's a simulation, just like a massive computer simulation. When people hear me talk about this and don't look at any of the background evidence, their press enter reaction is, that's a load of rubbish, that's not possible. But what they're judging that on is their perception, for example, that this world, this so-called physical world that we think we're experiencing, is actually physical, is actually solid, is actually what it seems to be. And of course this controlling world wants that to be the case. That's why the nature of reality as it truly is has been so systematically kept from us. Because once you understand what this reality is, then these apparently impossible things, including shape-shifting, people changing shape, become perfectly logical in terms of people understanding why it's possible, how it's possible. If we think the world is solid and everything is apart from everything else, and it's all happening by random chance, well then, of course, you're going to dismiss these apparently far out concepts. So let's look at reality. I go into it in much more detail in the books, obviously, in the talks, but let's just look at it in its basic foundation. This world is not solid. It's holographic, illusory, solid. And the whole foundation of this reality, this universe, if you use that word, is its foundation is a waveform information field or fields. You can think of it as Wi-Fi, because the principle is just the same. If I was sitting in a room here now with Wi-Fi, then where is it? If I said to people who didn't know about computers, in this room is an entire reality that you can lock into anywhere in the world and access the same collective global reality called the internet. People who, if they didn't know about computers or the internet, would say, that's mad, mate. Press enter. Oh, that's crazy. Stupid. Where is this world? I can't see it. But because people know about computers and the internet now, when you say, oh, there's a Wi-Fi field and you can connect, oh yeah, I understand that, yeah, Wi-Fi, computers, yeah, internet, yeah. And the only difference between load of rubbish and, oh yeah, I understand that, is information. And what's lacking, which is why people are kept in this perceptual servitude, is information about the very reality that we're experiencing. Because if we don't understand that, we can't understand anything, can we?
Some believe that Jesus spent much of his life not in Nazareth, but in India. In the year 1887, a book was published in Russia which rocked the Christian world. It was vilified and condemned. It was called The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. The writer, Nicholas Notovich, was a respected journalist. Notovich claimed his book was a factual report of a trip he made to the Himalayan mountains in remote northern India. Notovich may well have been the first outsider to make his way to Hemis, an isolated Buddhist monastery hidden high in the Asian mountaintops. Gaining the confidence of an elderly monk, he was shown ancient scrolls which tell the story of a scholar and prophet named Issa. In these secret records, Issa is described as a foreigner from a small Mediterranean country. The stranger arrived in India as a teenage boy to study the teachings of the Buddha. And according to the scrolls, he lived here 500 years after the prophet Buddha died, a time that coincides exactly with the lost years of Jesus. Nicholas Notovich was convinced that Issa was Jesus of Nazareth, and that he carried back to his homeland the principles of Buddhism.
Some people have suggested that he might have traveled to India or go to other far-out places where he may have gotten some wisdom of other cultures. All of that is pure speculation. We have no evidence that he did so.
Half a century after Notovich was in Hemis in 1902, a Hindu priest sought refuge in the same remote Indian monastery. He too translated the scrolls and published a work. His translation verifies the work of Notovich.
Ancient writings do exist from both Persia as well as India, that Jesus did indeed travel to India, but we do not have 100% proof that he was there. The proof, however, does lie in his teachings when compared to sacred Buddhist writings.
Perhaps the most unusual legend of the missing years recounts a journey that would have taken Jesus thousands of miles from Nazareth. He would have traveled across 2 seas to England, a land whose history would become intertwined with Christian mythology. The 19th century poet William Blake recalls what most think is only a folk tale.
And did his feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green? And was the holy name of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? William Blake, 1824.
To this day in southern England, in Cornwall, villagers speak of Jesus having once walked here. Beneath these rolling meadows, the earth is laced with tin. 2,000 years ago, the story goes, the gospel character Joseph of Arimathea came to England to trade for the precious metal. And according to the legend, he brought with him his nephew, Jesus of Nazareth. At that time, ancient England was inhabited by the pagan Celts. Their religious leaders, the Druids, believed they were descended from a divine being. They also believed in an immortal soul. Some people in these valleys speculate that the Druids adapted their pagan religion to Christianity, not because they had heard stories of the Messiah, but because they had seen him. However, most scholars believe that it was the conquering Romans who arrived 2 centuries later who would convert the Druids to Christianity by persuasion and genocide. Other scholars with more traditional inclinations say that in our fascination with mystery and myths, we are ignoring the obvious.
There's no need to speculate that there was an outside influence because practically everything that Jesus would have said and done is easily explainable through his Jewish background. He chose to emphasize in his preachings certain aspects of the teachings of the ancient Jews, maybe which had been neglected by other people of his time.
Mounting archaeological evidence such as the Dead Sea Scrolls support the notion that the teachings of Jesus could have had their roots in traditional Jewish beliefs. Many of his ideas were shared by a sect of Judean holy men who lived monastic lives in the Sinai desert.
There are other theories that Jesus went to India. I think the furthest east he went would be the Dead Sea Scroll community. I'm sure that people like John, Jesus, and James were associated with the Dead Sea Scroll community.
Since they were first found in a desert cave in 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls have fueled speculation about the life of Jesus. Was he a member of the religious community which wrote the scrolls? They were found at Qumran, an easy walk from the very spot where it is said Jesus was baptized by John. The scrolls detail the beliefs of a Jewish sect called the Essenes, a group that flourished during the lifetime of Jesus. The beliefs of the Essenes often seem to mirror the teachings of Jesus.
It's my belief that the group of people at Qumran and the group of people whom we call the early Christians are one and the same people. That this wider messianic movement in ancient Judaism was the same movement out of which the Qumran people emerged, and out of which the early Christians also emerged.
In many ways, the writings of the Essenes parallel not only the sermons and prayers of Jesus, but even the very evolution of Christian thought.
Take something like the Beatitudes. And as a matter of fact, there's some Beatitudes from Qumran which are not as elevated as we have in the Gospels, but nice, so that you see this progression.
The Lord's Prayer is very interesting. If one looks at it in the light of what we know from the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears to be a Qumranian prayer calling upon a Qumranian God to support those people and to give them power above others.
It seems probable that Jesus knew of the Essenes. Qumran is only a few miles from Jerusalem. He may well have lived here for a time, but so far there is no proof. The truth may lie still buried in some undiscovered scroll. Where Jesus was during the lost years may remain a mystery forever. It is believed that it is here on the River Jordan that the children of Israel crossed into the Holy Land and freedom 1,200 years before the time of Jesus. They had been led out of bondage by the great prophet Moses. Now, on the banks of the River Jordan, a new prophet arose with a new promise of deliverance. For God's chosen people were once again subjects of a pagan tyrant.
There came John into the desert, baptizing and preaching a baptism of repentance, saying, "One mightier than I is coming, the strap of whose sandals I am not worthy to loose." Mark 1:7.
As someone who has attended church since before I could walk, in a family comprised entirely of devout Christians, and having read the Bible cover to cover, it has become increasingly clear to me that these holy scriptures were meant to be taken symbolically, not literally or historically. Things like talking snakes and bushes, virgins giving birth, eating the body of Christ, staffs turning into serpents, and many other biblical miracles are all actually ancient spiritual symbolisms found in many cultures and traditions around the world, thousands of years older than the Bible, referring to psychological phenomena, not historical events.
Okay, we look at the Old Testament. We look at the stories of Abraham and all of the crazy things in the Old Testament. Oceans opened up, fish swallowed people, lady cut somebody's hair to get, all this crazy stuff goes on. The Apostle Paul speaks concerning that on page 953. The rest of you look at Galatians chapter 4, page 953. Galatians chapter 4. What does the Apostle Paul say about this old... I mean, come on, you had stories of a whale swallowing a guy. The whale pukes and an evangelist comes out. And I mean, you've read, and I tell you, that's okay. And then you get up and sing a song, Amazing Grace, and all of this stuff. You have stories about two naked people running around in the Garden of Eden.
This is Billy Gibbons with ZZ Top, and you're definitely going to get into this next sound.
told me when I was young, sit beside me, my only son. Listen closely, oh baby, to what I say. And if you do this, it'll help me some sunny day. Ah, yeah. I'll be your simple man. Take your time, don't live too fast. Troubles will come, oh, never pass. You'll find a woman, oh baby, and you'll find love. Don't forget, son, there is someone up above. Let me hear. Let me song. God oh, be something you love and understand. Rather be a simple man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Get your lost, oh, rich man's gold, all that you need, oh, is in your soul. And you can do this, oh baby, if you try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied and be a song. Oh, be something you won't understand. Better be a silver man. Oh, won't you do this for me, child, if you can? Oh, yes, I will. But don't you worry, you find yourself. Follow your heart, oh, nothing else. You can do this, oh baby, if you try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied. And be strong. God is the man. Oh, be something you won't understand. Better be simple. 'cause I'm as free as a bird now. Yeah. And this bird you cannot change. Oh, 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 oh. And this bird you cannot change. And the bird you never change.
tehokas digitaalimoottori. Painopiste on